Okay, my peoples, mix it up a little bit. Oh, happy Sunday morning. Happy push your clocks forward day. Might as well go change my watch. My phone does it automatically, which is nice because I don't have to worry about it. But this is where we lost that hour that we got back before. That's just nonsense. I wish they'd just keep a time. And honestly, I prefer this one because it's not like dark immediately when I get home certain parts of the year from work. Okay, so we're going to do all kinds of T-34 related stuff. Put these few paints out, back in. We're going to take the palette and move it out of the way. And we're working on our Soviet tank crew because I'd like to glue these guys down and prime them for painting them later. And I did find some articles yesterday. I mentioned I had gotten these guys that were honestly pretty excellent from Orion. They're actually very good figures. I'm incredibly surprised. I really am. And as long as they paint up okay, I will probably get the whole set that they make. Because it gives you lots of dismounted guys for tank crews when, they bail out and stuff like that. I'm not going to name them individually because I don't want a tank crewman for every single person in the vehicle. But we're going to use but one of the problems is cleaning up the flash on these figures. If you scrape across them, it gets fuzzy. And that's what I called it. And I saw this article, and that's exactly what they called it as well. They called them getting fuzzy, and I saw a couple different ways of recommendations that people would deal with that were saying to deal with them, and honestly, none of them particularly work really well. The last thing I did before I went to bed last night, because I had to try it to see if it worked, was to take something metal like a paper clip and run it over a candle, warming it up, and then going across the edge. The problem with that is it worked okay, but it left the carbon buildup. You know what? We need to get a little bit closer, but let's use this by doing it. Okay, we needed to do the carbon buildup. It left carbon buildup here on the figure. So that's distracting. So maybe it's a combination of different methods, but slicing seems to work the best, but it's very, very slow. So we're going to do this as best we can so we can glue these guys on pennies. Prime them and paint them up. Now the German tank crewmen, I think I have some white metal German tank crewmen. Not that I'm opposed to getting them in plastic, but we should use the stuff that you have first before you start buying other things. There's Tony Advice Corner. I'm being your mom. Okay, that actually doesn't look bad. And I've already washed these figures. I don't know if that makes a big difference. Some people claim that it does. I went ahead and followed directions and did it anyways. Figure the people that give advice about painting these soft plastic figures are probably better at it than I am because my experience on it is like nil. Anyhow, I'm sure people will be on here shortly and telling me how I'm doing it wrong. They don't have very much flash to begin with. Hey Nordic, tell me you got some sleep last night and you didn't just stay up all night, which usually means you're probably not feeling too well. So we're going to get these figures trimmed up. We're going to get them glued and primed. And then we'll go back and look at T-34 stuff. It seems to be working better than any other method. You don't sleep at night. Doing it wrong. Yeah, I watched several things and some controversy. You know, I thought the biggest problem with these guys is going to be keeping them from flexing and then all the paint coming off. But I don't think that's going to be the problem. The problem is taking this little bit of flash off. There's some controversial opinions on it. I read quite a bit of it as I was trying to go to sleep. And then I got out of bed and I'm like, I got to try this candle thing. And it wasn't the Messiah method or anything. It's going to be just a matter of coming in here and just fine detailing it. I figure I can do this. I know I've got a hell of a lot more patience than many people. When it comes to hobby stuff, I've got more patience than most people. When it comes to real life stuff, then that might not necessarily be true. With real life stuff, the problem I have, if I've perceived that something isn't going to be difficult, and it is, I don't take it really well. Let's put it that way. But with the hobby stuff, I know that it takes time. I've done it long enough that, you know, I don't go and look at somebody's work, go, man, that looks amazing. I'm sure he did that in an afternoon. No, I know how long it takes. You know, so I'm sure that's one of the frustrations that a lot of people have with hobby things, that maybe they're new to it. They think that you can achieve museum. Well, I'll use museum quality lightly because some things in the museum aren't very good, but museum quality things, productions in an afternoon, that just doesn't happen, you know. Yeah, this would be an easier process if these figures weren't so limp. You know, you go to cut them and they just get out of the way, like, oh, don't hurt me, you know. That's just the nature of the material. And they don't put enough resistance up against the blade to cut them properly. Okay, I think this area is pretty good. Let's come over to here. And I could probably just have painted these guys and not done this, so. And I would have been okay with it, maybe. But they are excellent figures. Just add coffee. That's one reason why I hate the Games Workshop box art on the Super Pro painted stuff. It's very discouraging to noobs starting out because even us veterans can't achieve the levels that some Games Workshop painters do. I bet if you took one of them super painters and you took some of us that are really good at painting and went side by side, I bet I could do it exactly. Because it's just a trick. But you've got to have some brush control. You've got to have... There's stuff I don't use. I don't use glazes. I don't use... it's just... I ain't got time for all that. I bet those great painters are in the UK, aren't they? That's where all the great painters are. But somebody off the street probably couldn't do it. But those of us that are painters, we could do it. These vehicles, I started painting them. I watched a video I watched several videos because I didn't want to paint 30 vehicles and then my skills improve, and then I don't like how the first 30 looked. I didn't want to get into that and be unhappy with them. So I'm like, let's see what other people, I haven't been painting vehicles for 20 years. I don't know that I had done any. Yeah, I did. But they were kind of archaic. So let's see how people are doing them these days. And there were several people that fortunately showed me how they did start to finish. And I kind of had a starting point, with the Agrax Earthshade. That was the, I wouldn't have thought to do that. Fine Games Workshop cartoonish for me. I hate edge highlighting and the over reliance on dry brushing and using the spray primers and contrast paints. I don't like contrast paints. I think contrast paints are too basic for me. I'm sure they probably help some people, but they allow you to cut corners that I don't need cut. What corner do I need to get cut? This. Give me some figures I don't have to trim the flash off of. Figures that come pre-primed. That's the corners I want cut. Just like when you buy a car and you have a car that has all these things on it that aren't needed, that I didn't ask for. I didn't ask for lane assist. I don't want it to go beep, beep, beep when I'm not looking up the exactly, if I have my head cocked a little bit, it complains that I'm not looking straight ahead. Because I don't fool with a phone and shit like that when I'm driving. I don't call people on the phone. I do call people on the phone, but I use it through Bluetooth. But I'm usually just listening to music or books on tape. I'm still going to call it books on tape, even though it's audible. It's just too difficult. I've just given up on myself. I'm just never going to get it right. Well, I didn't ask for that technology. I didn't ask for daytime running lights. I hate daytime running lights. My car had them. I took them off. Look like, who's that dumbass driving around in the daylight? I'm not saying, in between time period. I'm just saying bright daylight. Why the hell does your car have lights on? Not a fan. Hey, Gregory. Oh. Funny things is, I've watched Duncan Rhodes, who is a former Games Workshop top painter, and he messes up all the time on film, but edits it out quickly, so the miniatures look perfect every time. It's amusing. You're creating a lot of work for yourself, and you're trying to make yourself out to be a god, which none of us is. I think it's a disservice to... I fuck up all the time, and I fix my screw-ups, and I think that's... If you don't see somebody fix their screw-ups, people are like, oh man, I didn't get it right the first time. That guy gets it right every time in the video. You're being fooled. It's a pain to edit video. It just takes a long time. So I just do it because I'm lazy, I'm here to paint stuff, not to, look like a god, And I wish more people would just be honest. Not sounding egotistical or snobbish, but the contrast and speed paints are really so far below my skill level. It's an insult for me to use them. Well, that's just saying it like it is, Nordic. Ye of little filter. Yes, I would agree. You know, we've been at this for a long time to have to. Now, I think they're probably really good if you're just starting. I would have liked to have had something like that. Oh boy. The face of a communist. I said, I don't apologize. All my Soviets are communist. All my Germans are Nazis, and my that keeps me from getting into trouble. No shit. All right. Let's use my friends here. Aha. Okay. Well, that made it a lot easier. What figures am I using? These guys right here. I just did an unboxing review on them yesterday. Disregard the childish tank guy that looks like he's a part-time child molester. These are superb. They are absolutely superb. They're from Orion. They're excellent. Watch my unboxing review on it. And they're incredible. They match really well with 20mm stuff. They're hefty enough. They're not slender. They're excellent. They really are. However, they have these the bloody flash on them is it's not, they don't have a whole lot. It's just difficult to take off. And I watched several videos on how to do it, and this is the best method for me. Actually, what if I use, that's what I need to use, a combination of this and then pulling them off with that. We'll get there. I'm not going to let this flash kick my ass. They don't have that much. If these had been hard plastic, superb. Because you can't scrape over it, or you get all these little furries, fuzzies. Okay. I think this guy's about done. Maybe a little bit off of here. And they make several sets of these figures. Just for Soviet tank crewmen. Okay, we're gonna call this one done. And I have worked on some of these guys before, so like, This guy's, I mean, this is an excellent figure. This Tokarev TT-33 out. I like this guy. It's holding it in two hands. I've never fired a Tokarev, but it's a 7.62 millimeter round, which is 7.62 by 25, I think. And it's really high velocity. I can't imagine it having much recoil. I'd imagine recoil on it's less than a 9 millimeter, even though it's faster. But I don't think you need two hands to fire it, but you know, just to stabilize it. What was my favorite DBA army to paint? Something with heraldry for sure. It's hard to say. I mean, my Desert Courage guys were a lot of fun because. All right, I'll tell you this: the army that surprised me that was a lot of fun to paint that I didn't think was going to be was my Irish, because they're just bland stuff. You do have to just literally pull everything out of your ass. You got them. They're bland figures, but you can't make them look bland because then they're bland. The Irish were a lot of fun. Anything that I can put my own personal spin on it, like heraldry, geez, is what I enjoy. I've heard people many times say, I'm going to build a generic medieval army and that way I can play it at 17. I couldn't imagine building an army that I know right off the bat. I can use as French and German and British and English. You know, that's just, what's the point in painting? The whole point is to do French heraldry and German heraldry and English heraldry and Scottish heraldry and, you know, and make them different. But I am a heraldry fan. Maybe I would not be a heraldry fan if I personally would have bad heraldry. Maybe I'd be like, oh, it just reminds me of that, you know, bent over guy blowing a horn out of his ass as your item on your crest of arms. Then you probably wouldn't want to think about heraldry, but I've enjoyed so many. You know, and then I like to take something like my Hungarians and then just decide, okay, what shield am I going to put on the infantrymen? And am I going to make the infantrymen all have the same shield? Well, it depends. Are they, you know, lower classes? Then they probably, you know, need to have something that's supplied by the state, you know, or a lord. Just completing a big base DBA early Roman Imperial armies at a request of two of my grandsons. We're supposed to play tomorrow. I don't know what we want to play. I've already mentioned it before. I don't plan on playing DBA again. And I don't have anything bad to say about it. I've played it enough. I've done all I can to promote the game. And it has its problems that can't be solved with a fact group, unfortunately. And it's a great game, don't get me wrong. It's still my favorite game because I've had some great times with it, but I think it's time to move on to something that's less abstract. So we're going to be trying Lion Rampant in a couple of weeks, and I'm probably going to try to play Lion Rampant with, which I have played before, and I like. And I just can't take Light Horse not firing their bows at a distance anymore. I need that in my system. So I'm going to try line rampant and see if that's not modifiable, which it is. You know, with this, the thing that I think that makes line rampant kind of sucky is the game is kind of generic in how it treats different troop types. But that's easy to add a plus here, a minus there, that kind of stuff. You know, and then you can have different type of spearmen and stuff like that. Yeah. I think I put too much effort in what my DBA armies look like for them to behave as generically as they do. Does that make sense? And I'm not interested in the tournament scene anymore. You know, I never really was interested in the tournament scene. It was just a way to play with my own stuff. So that's what I've refrained from making a why I don't play DBA video anymore. I don't want negativity. I want it to do well. I have many friends I've made along the way playing it, and I wish them the best. And you know, I have zero antagonism towards Phil. I mean, he gave me a lot of really good games. How am I going to convert it? Well, first of all, you can play line rampant and just take casualties. You know, so if you've got a unit of 3 knights, you just take a little piece of piping, and just like we used to do with Johnny Reb, left to right. Yes, that's the first game that I played was Johnny Reb, and you mark off casualties like that. And when you take 3, you know the stand's gone. So that's easy enough to do. They have to stay together anyways. Obviously, it'll be a bigger board, a smaller board, or you know, that's probably what we'll start is use a comparable board like for 28 millimeter, and then go, you know what? Let's just play on a bigger board, and it's less end of the world constraints. You know, that's okay. I guess I'm just trying to keep up the enthusiasm amongst the digitally obsessed offspring. I'm still going to build my armies with 3.0 army list. I have all the DBMM books, you know, so I've got lots of information how to enhance. I want the battles to be more crunchy. And I don't want perfect conforming anymore. I'm just so freaking tired of that. I don't want to play those games anymore. It's okay if it's one unit on one unit, but there's just those weird, unnatural, geometric things just, you know, bug me. They got a guy on there that's, I hope it's not you, Gregory, that's on the Fanaticus group. And this guy just comes out of he's relatively new. I don't think he's only been on that forum for like a year. All he does is complain about DBA. I know he hasn't played 3,000 games like I have, okay? So he's like jumping to conclusions, how to change shit, and he hasn't played it 3,000 times. I'm not saying I'm God's gift to DBA, but I've played it a few times that I kind of know what, if you change, you're going to ruin the system. What works in a system, what doesn't work in a system. And this guy's like wanting to change everything at once. And it's just funny. I don't remember what his handle is on her, but it's like, man, why don't you just go play a different game? I have the impetus rules. I bought them. I printed them out. They're gorgeous. I just don't have the. I'm to the point where it's not worth it to just try to learn to play rules without having played it before. I need to now line rampant. There's a guy who puts on games at our our biannual convention in Orlando. I love his games, and he's running Saturday. He's running 3 line rampant games back to back to back. So that's going to be my foothold. And I've played it twice before, but it's been many years. That's going to be my foothold. I'm literally going to take notes, like how the flow chart of the game is. Hopefully he does it right, and then if I really like it and see there's reason to continue with it, pick up the rules. And I don't care how they do their army lists. I don't care. I don't like their point system, and units have to be in group. Infantry has to be in 6. I don't give a shit. We're going to use DBX basing. you know. And infantry is going to be, heavy infantry is going to be groups of 4, you know. No, never contributed Fanaticus, though I have read the forum a few times. Yeah, it's not as useful as Facebook. Facebook's a lot more useful. It's you can't post pictures easily on Fanaticus of what you've been working on. And I do it. I don't do it to get an audience. I do it to keep the interest going. And, you know, and people comment on your stuff and people are seeing your things. So it's a more of a reason to do more. I don't know. I just do it. I do things for self-serving reasons so that I still stay motivated in the hobby. And, you know, maybe it'll help somebody too, you know. But I don't have any ill will towards DBA. Certainly not towards Phil. The problem is that, you know, Phil's not the one out there teaching new people how to play the game, and you keep encountering the same problem that's unsolvable because it's not my set of rules, and you can't change it because you're running it in a tournament. So, but I like the scale of the game. In other words, I like, you know, there's not a million units. There's 12. And I could handle if the game had somewhere between 9 and 15, maybe even 20. But I was working on my own modification of it, not to sell it or anything. I don't roll that way. I believe in giving people credit. You know, there's 2 systems that I'm not going to name what they are, but they basically took Phil's work and sold it. And I have a problem with it. It's just, you know, I don't think that's the way forward. And they don't give Phil any credit. Well, we can't give Phil any credit because if we do, we could get sued. Well, if you can get sued, then maybe what you're doing is wrong. Ever think about that? It just doesn't sit. It doesn't sit right to not give the people the credit that deserve it, you know. So, but that's it, you know. I don't want my Roman blades to behave the same as medieval blades. I just don't want to anymore. They look totally different. I want them to. I don't necessarily care which one's better. They just need to be different. So, I'm going to paint them different. That's what I want. And at least here in the United States, the last 2 years, I really promoted the living shit out of DBA 3.0, and people just don't want to play it, and that's fine. I don't want to. I don't want to stop sacrificing doing other stuff for the sake of a game that isn't going to. I can't get more people into playing DBA. You know, so it's a multiple of factors, but it's nothing I have bad against the. It's certainly not the players. I think I played like 160 different people, maybe something like that. And maybe only like 2 I'd never want to play again. So that says a lot, I think. I fully suspect this World War II game, nobody's going to like it except me. I am fully expecting that. It's too fiddly. Well, that's what I like. We'll just do solo games of it. You know, I hope the Lion Rampant thing works because I'm sure we'd make Lion Rampant videos, you know. And there's got to be a lot more people playing Lion Rampant than they are playing DBA. Now, we'll see. It'll all work out. Or I don't do stuff for video watchers. I do it for what I like. And if it happens to generate people that like the stuff, well, cool. You know, I'm not doing stunts. I'm not doing shows just for popularity. You know, who wants to see some dudes sitting here trimming flash off these Soviet figures? Nobody. I played the AV with stuff with people. Unfortunately, not a game I'd go out of my way to do so. I'd consider building armies for it because of the relatively small stand-wise or miniature count. It's a World War II game. I have to pilot Lagerth's armored car in a battle. Well, hopefully you can not take a 45 millimeter round because that thing's not very survivable. You know, I shouldn't be fighting anti-tank guns anyways. One of the first things I want to paint when I go to painting figures is a Soviet anti-tank rifle crew, or two of them, because there's some things that I want to experiment in this rule set to make sure that they play correctly. And there are things that are usually done poorly in most rule sets. I don't know that they're done poorly in this rules, but you know, stuff like what happens to a Opel Blitz car when it takes Opel Blitz truck when it takes rifle fire? How does it handle a 20 millimeter autocannon when it hits a vehicle? Because it's not just the vehicle's knocked out. I mean, there's damage that can happen to it. Rifle rounds hitting an armored car in the tire. How's that handled? I'm not worried about a Panther and a T-34 fighting each other. That's pretty easy. I don't know how, you know. I know that I read the rules the other day. I'm like, okay, I got to see how this vehicle combat works. And it's pretty straightforward, and it's with enough detail, and it has some variables. Like you've got like a penetration factor, and depending on what kind of gun you have, it has a D10 for variance. So sometimes it'll penetrate more, sometimes it'll penetrate less. Sometimes that's not needed because, you know, you over penetrate things. But anyhow, the banter, yeah. It's talk radio without the politics and religion. I don't know. Is there a religious talk radio? I don't know. If there is, I certainly don't want to tune into that one. I'll pass. But almost all talk radio is politics, and I hate politics. Russian tank crew arrived. Man, Jeffrey, these figures, other than cleaning the flash off, I am really impressed. I am and I'm impressed by the heft of them. They work really well with the white metal figures. Really impressed. I just wish they were hard plastic and not soft, because I think they'll paint and the paint will stay on them okay. But this just takes a long time to do. And I searched different methods of doing it, and this seems to be the best one. I thought heating up I was using this last night. Where is it? I took my X-Acto knife that you can use and put a drill bit in. I put the drill bit in backwards and then heated up the drill bit with a candle and went by melting, and it worked okay, except that sometimes it didn't. This is the better method. Just go in there and and they don't have a lot of flash. This guy's done. This is one of the guys that we messed with yesterday. These will not be individually named. This will just be, you know, your crew when they're on their tank, because there's kind of a display thing. It's like an 8.5 thing on your tank, and it tells you your armor and speed, and you move little counters around like that. Kind of like Patton's Best. If you ever played that game like Patton's Best, it's kind of like that. And when they bail out, you know, you need a figure represent that. You know, this guy represents Koryolev. Okay, so Koryolev is on figure 1. You know, they're not going to last long, I would imagine. You got to go hide somewhere. You know, I don't want when the guys bail out of their vehicles just to disappear. They're on the field, and you know, you don't want to You know, if you've watched me play, what's that game? God, I can never remember the name of that. The Ostfront. Hell, whatever. Hell freezeth over. Your tank crew's important because you can repair a tank or you can put them in another tank. You know? Pretty handy. $25 for a mold line remover. What does it do special? But these are soft plastic. That's the problem, is that they're soft plastic. If they weren't, it's either slippery. I'm like, I'm grabbing this guy. Look, I'm grabbing him. He's like slipping out of my hands. And they've already been washed. I saw one guy talking about absurd articles. This guy claimed, oh, well, you know, and what you got to do is you've got to put these in a mixture of vinegar and detergent and one other thing, and I leave them in there a month. I'm like, I'm not leaving anything a damn month before I mess with them, okay? You got too much free fucking time on your hands to be doing that. I'm not leaving something in a month percolating. You know? We're going to try this, and if this doesn't work, then we're just not going to do plastic figures. It's that simple, you know? But I am surprised that they look as good as they do. Talking about tank warfare, a great book has just been published by James Holland titled Brother in Arms about the Sherwood Rangers from D-Day to Hamburg, mainly Shermans and some Fireflies. Okay. Man, I can't read that. The next thing you know, I'll be working on Northwest Europe. That one actually might, I believe it's on Audible, and I believe it's on my to-get list. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I like to read. I like to read the crunchy stuff. I don't care about Patton moving things around. That just doesn't interest me, you know? I like the tactical situations that arise. Why would you put a mold line that goes over somebody's face? This is actually working really well, is the tweezer part. That's what I added this morning. I wasn't doing that yesterday. It helps if I cut it all the way through, doesn't it? But this is the reason I didn't buy the AB figures. They just would have cost too much. And I like these guys. They have guys with pistols, like shooting. Like, you know, if you're going to bail out of a tank, make something of yourself. Hey, comrade, do not hide in trench. Come out and make a difference. Okay. Let's glue these bastards down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pieces. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And six Litco heavy-duty magnetic base bottoms. Face only a mother could love, yeah. There's some pretty attractive Russian people. I had a customer of mine way back in the day that he had a mail order Russian bride. This was 20 years ago, and he said, the trick is you got to make sure you find a picture of them smiling, so you can see that they have some teeth in their skull. But there's definitely some attractive Russian women. There's no doubt about it. Okay. 1, 2, good. I want to make sure ones that don't have super glue on them. These guys will not be recycled. They'll be used permanently for stands. There's 3. Had a hell of a time with this last night trying to find ones that don't have any super glue. Of course, I could just put them in the freezer, right? 4, 5, 6. Wow, that wasn't difficult. I think because I flipped all these out and put them back in. The ones at the top are the ones I'm always using. So these will permanently be retired to being bases. Now, I actually prefer to put the Lincoln Memorial on the bottom because it's flatter. Whee! Another handy reason to have hand sanitizer here. I can wash my hands after I handle this money that's been in the who knows where. Well, I'll tell you what, it may have been somewhere really dirty, but it hasn't been in that dirty place for a long time. So it's been sitting in that. Well, this shouldn't be that difficult, but yet it is. There we go. Man, I got the shakes a little bit. I guess, what did they do with this coffee? This freaking Starbucks Undead coffee was from yesterday. I bought it and it was so strong and I was only able to drink it down like 2 inches yesterday. Over caffeinated coffee. Way too much Northwest Europe back in the day. First Start Miniature gave me and burnt me out. I prefer early war when German vehicles were gray. Do you base with the tails on top or the tails on the bottom? There you go. I think I answered that and I didn't see that. Al Murray. I've never heard of her. Is it a podcast? The next book I'm going to get, when I'm done with the one I'm working on, is going to be Horst Scheibert's memoirs. Because that's all Wintergewitter. I didn't realize. I recognized his name, and then I'm like, didn't that guy do a bunch of books? And the guy's apparently still alive. Like 105 years old or something like that. Did a bunch of books for, is it Schiffer Publications or something like that? I think I looked at one time. They're like, they're definitely devoid of the kind of detail that I want. They're a bit too haphazardly put together, at least a couple that I've seen. But I do recognize his name. Cook some dinner, okay. You have time to put something on the Barbie. Kangaroo on the Barbie. I'm sure somebody eats kangaroo. It's a marsupial, right? Which is kind of a rodent type thing. I'm not eating rabbit or anything like that. I don't think I'd eat kangaroo. I know they don't eat that, but they eat weird shit that you shouldn't be eating in different places. Like there's places in the U.S. that eat dog. I guarantee it's not legal, but I'm sure some people eat dog. I wouldn't. Okay. Now these do extend a little bit bigger than the penny, which honestly I actually like because we're going to trim them down and get them flush to the penny. And then we're going to go ahead and epoxy these guys in. We're not going to put super glue. We're going to epoxy these guys down. So much of this hobby is finicky, but when you're done with it, you've done it right. British comedian and historian, he has recently released a book called Command, about how the British system of command developed in the Second World War. Elmery, you say? Okay. I tend to like British comedians, as long as I can understand them. And you know, I don't hear well to begin with, so I watch subtitles on everything, and some British accents are easier for those of us that are not natives to the British Isles to pick up on than others. Let's just say they're easy to understand if they're posh. If they end up being one of the more other accents, they're very difficult to pick up. The Queen's English. All right. So there is one stand done. Now it's the King's English. I don't know. That's going to be hard to undo in your mind. Some people probably have a hard time not just calling him Prince Charles. He was so Prince Charles for freaking 70-something years. I don't know. He's not my king. Not my people. There was this meme that was going around. It goes around every year. And I responded to it this last year, but this around 1776. Haven't cared about the royals since July 4th, 1776. And I always respond to it like, I haven't given a shit about him since 1588. Yep. Yeah, there was actually like 3 or 4 actual Spanish armadas. That's just the one that's well known. They tried a couple other times. Hey, look, my people just sucked at spending money. You know, they were not good at it. They got all this money in and they used none of it to, well, to spend on their own infrastructure, so they couldn't support it. Today's lesson, inflation. Whoops. Okay. I don't mind doing other periods, but I really should not have neglected this. Well, I've learned a lot of things in the last 20 years. Man, these magnets just really rub stuff off of them. Same thing with rubber. I got a rubber mat in the garage, and the rubber mat is always releasing stuff, always releasing color on things. I've learned a lot in the last 20 years, just extensively playing DBA and pretty much nothing else. That maybe I wouldn't have learned just playing World War II, which is what I was doing before. But I'll do other stuff, but I'm not neglecting my World War II stuff. I don't see ever leaving World War II again. I know too much about this period that I really want to share that with other folks. And I was getting tired when in the early 2000s, I was getting tired of trying to find stuff that I found interesting to read about. And now there's just a plethora of all kinds of things that I didn't know about. You relied too heavily on the treasure fleets in the New World. That's right. I recall reading that there were years when circulating currency was virtually non-existent. I believe it. Honestly, what you should have done, and it's easy to say this now, but you should have built a DBA army and then painted some World War II stuff and then built another DBA. Nah, I can't do that. I can't do it. It's not my personality to do that. And the DBA armies, I've gotten a lot of use out of them and a lot of enjoyment. And I've learned a lot of history about things I had no idea about just by building the DBA armies. So, like I said, it has not been a bad experience. I don't have much bad to say about it. I mean, I learned stuff about the Punic Wars I would have never learned had I not played DBA. And don't get me wrong, it's not like I was a history idiot. I took history all as electives in college, and I've always been interested in it. I just couldn't participate in certain periods because I didn't war game, certain stuff. And you learn so much about history when you war game the period. Like if I wanted to do U.S. Civil War, ACW, I would learn so much more that I don't know about it. And I think that's a great thing. Ultimately, it is about history. Okay, that's done. The epoxy became so much easier when I just cut the frickin' end a lot bigger. So I'm not having to fight that damn thing every time. All right, speaking of epoxy, here's this. Let's get lay needle. One reason you move into Napoleonic Wars, yeah, to learn about it. Have a vested interest in learning about it. Yeah, without this all being conflicts that really happen, my interest in it would just be nothing. That's why I don't, the Games Workshop stuff doesn't appeal to me. It's just all make-believe stuff that doesn't appeal to me. How much do we need? Not a whole lot. Maybe a little more than that. I've had this epoxy so many years, like 15, and I still haven't gone through it all. But it's a lot better than squeezing that to you couldn't get it out. I'm gonna search for that brand too. When I run out, I want that same DevCon stuff. Definitely not in the syringe. I made a decision that my two main periods of history will paint miniatures: World War II, Napoleonic, T-34s, and the other age of musketry conflicts, possibly in the ancients and medieval if I ever find a set of rules I like. Yeah, the boys were playing Maurice there for a while. I don't know if they represent the period really well, but they certainly give you a lot of... It's not cut and dry because it's card driven. So sometimes you can't do things you want to do. And I think that makes a good rule system. When you can't control things, and some people don't like that, but I do. All right. Let's see if we can get away with doing this. I'm really... I hope this goes well, because I really like these figures. And I like promoting stuff that maybe people aren't familiar with. Like Orion, who the hell is that? Exactly. Who the hell is that? Well, here's who they are. Hey, and they're Ukrainian. People love supporting Ukrainian stuff. There you go. Move him forward so his leg is not dangling too far. The thing I hate about Ancients is so much of it is only from one side of the source. And it's just, propaganda nonsense to the extreme. That's unfortunate. I got to get this diesel tank across the road, damn it, being shot at. Okay. Now, we're done with the figure phase. Well, for now. We'll wait for this to dry a little bit. And prime them. Okay. I think this is the one. I need to do a better job with the X-Acto knife blades. Okay, this is the one that's still in pretty good shape. I really like this figure here. It's kneeling down with a pistol. He's cool. Now the Soviets used a blue jumpsuit, and a black one. So we're probably going to do a mixture of each. You know, and we're going to be doing blending, so it's not like it's going to be like we're going to paint it one shade of blue and that's it, you know. You know, I'm a big fan of Olive Bayonet, covers entire musketry. Like the look at Blucher and maybe General d'Armée. I believe you spelt it correct. Except the A should be capitalized, I'm thinking. That's a product of literacy not being rampant in most of history. Only those who had a written language have voices heard throughout their ages. Yeah. Well, I hope the Lion Rampant project works and I can modify it because I already have a name for what I'm going to do. I'm not gonna tell you what it is because, again, the stuff I do it for free, my love of the hobby. I'm not out trying to make money or copyright infringement on other people. I'm a big fan of, hey, here's the rules that I did, but you still need to buy the core rules so that genius person that came up with it can make a profit and try to make a living from it, because I'm certainly not going to. You know, I'm not here to take people's livelihood away from them. That's just not my personality. So, yeah, I hope it works out. I hope it works out. I think it will. It's got potential. I played it a couple times. That push your luck mechanic, man. Mitch and I really like that. We really like that kind of stuff where you're like trying to get making pretzels out of your head, trying to figure out how to do it. And it's going to have more detail, I think, than DBA in the combat. So, okay, T-34 Landia. We got these. We based these yesterday. I'm really excited for the paint and the cruise. I really am. I like painting faces, and 20 millimeter faces are even bigger. So we've got, here's the stands for the T-34s that we did yesterday. They should all match with the other T-34. Oh, I talked myself into getting something that I shouldn't have. That of all the people that are watching, you will probably appreciate it more than anybody else Nordic. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. Maybe you can twist my arm and I'll tell you, because I'm bad at keeping secrets. But of all the people watching, you probably will appreciate it more than anybody else, because you're one of the most model people. You're model oriented. So I had watched something on eBay, and in a fit of soberness, because I was sober when I did it, I'm like, fuck it. And it's going to come in later in the week, supposedly. So, all right, that wasn't difficult. I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I don't get a kick out of keeping information from you. But I had been watching. What is what I'm missing out of my German recon elements? 222s, right? And I don't want the Airfix ones. So about a month ago, I found out that Dragon, DML, I'm going to call them DML because I'm old school. And that's what they used to be called in the early 90s. And makes a 2-pack of 222s. 2 of them in each thing. And I ordered it, and it should be in at the end of the week. So we'll put them together. It's got some brass parts in it or whatever. They're probably going to be beautiful. Brass parts for the grenade things or whatever. So we'll do an unboxing on them, and we'll put both of those little guys together. So then we'll have all the then I'll be like, well, I don't have any Horch cars. I gotta get, but I feel bad getting them because I have so many other things to do. Not that they're not going to get done. At this point, I'm pretty certain that the things that I get, I'm on a roll. I'm going to be able to finish them. So there you go. There's your bean spill. I figured you'll like that. It's your second favorite armored car. See, I'm looking out for you, man. I'm looking out for you. All right, let's paint some tracks on these bastards. How these turrets look? Yeah. It's actually a pretty attractive T-34 model, although I can tell that they're a little squat on the build. They're old. They're old castings, but the only way this would look better is if it had completely steel road wheels and it had some grab handles around the turret for the riders. But it's an attractive vehicle. You know, imagine if it had a 3-man turret. It'd be a really good vehicle. And a turret basket. A turret basket and a 3-man turret. Communist tanks. Oh, let's see here. We need to get this thing out. I love painting the Soviet stuff because they don't get enough love. It's easy to love German vehicles. They're cool looking and they've got cool markings and stuff like that. And they were all over the place and they're easy to find models of. But the Soviet stuff just, you know, you can't have German vehicles without Soviets, you know. They gotta have somebody to fight. So, yeah, I'm not gonna do the grab handles with tape. That's probably the right thing to do, though. I don't have any staples here, but I could bring some from work. But I may actually try that. You sadistic person, you. No, it's actually not as difficult. You know, you just grab one end of them and bend them. I might give that a shot. Because not all of them had them, but enough of them did, and it looks pretty good. You fucking enabler. Yeah, I might actually do that. I like to challenge myself. You know, there's things that I'm not going to do. Like, I'm not going to do like Randy does and scrape off the reins on the horse and add them with brass wire. That's sadistic, okay? I'm a fan of some of the Soviet vehicles. Yeah, most of them look pretty good. Yeah, I'll give you the credit if it works. It is your idea. Why wouldn't I give you the credit? I think staples is the thing to do. You know, you've already got one corner done, right? You know, you got a staple that's about, staples are about like this. Yeah, so you're just going to have to trim. I probably would leave this length about the same because I wanted to go pretty deep into the turret so that it could get a purchase, you know, and then just bring this one back to about here, you know, actually I don't want to cut anything off. I want to bend it first at 90 degrees. And then wherever this ends up being, it'll end up being like this. Just cut this off. Yeah, I think it's doable. All right, I'm going to try it. I'd do it right now, but I don't have any staples. I probably could find some, but I've got enough T-34s left over, so that's cool. I don't want them all to look the same. That's part of the appeal. All right, look at this stuff here. All right, let's get this color. Nordic, the fucking enabler. Hey, you've been called worse. I'd like to think that we're all here motivating and trying to push each other to do better. And there is a point of diminishing returns where something becomes too frustrating. It's better not to do it, but I don't think that's one of them. And once you said staples, I'm like, yep. One corner's already done. You already got one corner done for you. You know, you might have to trim it because it might be really, really long, but and it's a lot less flexible than brass wire. I'd throw the challenge of doing that with the sprue wire, but the sprue sucks these days. The new plastic just does not, it just doesn't hold up like it used to. All right, this guy, yeah, let's use this guy right here. It's got a little bit of flow aid, which is of course the magic. The flow aid is awesome. It's lubricant for your brush. All right, I need to lay off the coffee. If people are not calling me a bastard or worse, that means I'm not doing my job. My favorite Chinese proverb reminds me of that. Man conceived in backseat of automobile with automatic transmission grow up to be shiftless bastard. You know those fake Chinese proverb things. Yeah, so there's no reason with playing Lion Rampant that you can't come up with your own rules. Like, you know, I'm sure we have a lot of Asian armies, you know, and we love Asian armies. Yeah, the core rules are there. You just came up with stats. No, that's German stats. We must have the stats for armies that aren't included in that period. There's an article in not the latest, but the one several episodes about killing Alexander using Lion Rampant for ancient battles, for ancient skirmishes. So I don't think I even need to paint it from the other side. I think we're good. Let's go ahead and do the insides here, and then we'll do the outsides on both, and then this tank will be done. So a rule set from Osprey called Poseidon's Heroes or something like that, where a skirmish game in ancient Greece that looked interesting. It's a good name for a rule set. If I wasn't worried about, and I'm not anymore, a rule set that everybody was playing, then I'd take one of those rule sets that might be a little on the generic side. And as long as the basic game mechanics are solid, you can add details to it pretty easily. That's going to be an interesting problem. All right, let's just hope for the best here. I don't really want to get paint everywhere, and then I'll track it onto something else. So I go to the tracks. We're going to prime the crew in black, let them dry, and then we'll start looking at pictures of T-34. Writings on them. This will give me 5 of the T-34 41s painted, as I did one before. I got 2 early ones of the 40s painted, and 1 41 painted. How many more T-34s I have left to do? Let's see. I got 4 Chelyabinsk ones. I have 4 more of the the Chelyabinsk ones are SHQs. I have 4 more Skytrex Model 42s to do. Hexagonal turret. And that's all those that I have to do. So that's 5 more of them. I don't know how many of them I have painted. 6, something like that. Something like that. Okay, this guy's complete. I don't mind grabbing it without being sealed because I'm grabbing it from places that are going to get dry brushed anyways for weathering. So let's just set him over here. I'll even set it on its base, or one of the bases. The early model 1940s, I painted 2. I believe I had 9, so I think I have 7 more of those to do, that's the most uncommon of all of them. I have 8 T-34-45s. I have probably 4 more of these Model 41s. So there'll be plenty more to try the staple thing on, because they had them on the Model 41s and the 42s. You know, if you watch my unboxing video that I got all those figures from, if you watch that one that I got from the 2 estate sales, I spent about $160 on all the stuff that I got. So I got a deal out of it. That's the only reason I have so many. I figured, well, I have them, might as well paint them. It's not like this is it's not like this is a shitty experience. I don't think anybody even makes this mold anymore. Early War Miniatures, I think, got many of the Skytrex molds, but I don't see them selling this one, so maybe it was already ate up too much or something. So T-34-76s, 8, no, probably 6 Model 40s. 6 of those, 4 Chelyabinsk, that's 10. 4 more of the Model 42s, that's 14. And like 4. So I've got like 18 more Skytrex ones and SHQ ones to do, not including the 8 T-34-45. So yeah, 25 or so, something like that to do. They'll get done. I'm really enjoying them. They turned out really, really well. You know, I mean, I like how my German stuff looks, but I kind of knew the German stuff was going to look good. You know, the T-34s and Shermans, I wasn't so sure about. And I really like my T-34s and Shermans. Stupid tendonitis elbow is flaring up. I think the snow is coming soon. Have an overabundance of 6mm Samoas. Had them on sale $7, about 5 packs. The old one-man turret. That's a narrow tank too. It's a cool looking tank. It's a narrow tank. Yeah, I'm gonna end up a lot of vehicles with the 20mm autocannons. Of course, I got a lot of vehicles with 76mm guns. You know, the German intelligence service was really like incompetent. You know, there's so many things that they were surprised by. You know, they were surprised by, you know, the tanks that the Soviets had. I mean, hell, they were working in a partnership with them, kind of, and they didn't know about that. So many counteroffensives that they didn't see coming and stuff like that on the Eastern Front. I'm not talking about the Western Front. I just figured the Eastern Front, the Germans are got to be less incompetent than the Russians. I'm not on the intelligence level. They were pretty stupid. Probably a good thing. A lot of vehicles in general, which is never a bad thing. It means you'll always have what you need. Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, the thing is that, you know, the best thing about it is, I don't have to cogitate really hard about which one I'm going to paint. Like, how am I going to paint this T-34s? I only have one of them. Fuck it. You know, paint all kinds of different versions. You know, that's actually quite liberating. I don't have to be like, well, if I paint this one, I won't have another one. Haven't played any hex encounter games on the Eastern Front. Well, let's see. The one I've played the most is Squad Leader and Advanced Squad Leader. I prefer Advanced Squad Leader. It's got more detail. have played. I had a game called Russian Front by, not the Russian Front. I think it's just called Russian Front. It was like published in the mid '80s. It's got like a Panzer Grenadier on the cover. It's a very high level game. It's like a core or even higher level game on the Eastern Front. I sold it. What other hex and counter game do I have of the Eastern Front? That have I played of the Eastern Front? That may be it. That may be it. I played a couple games of Combat Commander. I don't own it. I guess that counts. Never played Panzer Blitz. Wouldn't want to. One computer game that I played a lot is called Second Front by, I want to say it's an SSI game. It came out around like 1990. I played the devil out of that many, many years ago. But I love Eastern Front stuff. I really do. I really do. And when I played ASL, Squad Leader, Eastern Front stuff's the stuff I like more than anything else. There's a series of games that came out on a computer many years ago called by a company called 360 and Atomic Games called V for Victory. And they had, those games were really good. They were counter games that you could play on the computer, and they had a really interesting way of handling supply. And talk about press your luck and making bad decisions. You had a certain amount of supply and you had to allocate it to your headquarters. So, if you want your tanks at full strength, a lot of other stuff is not going to be at full strength. So you kind of have to pick where your winners and losers are going to be. It's kind of innovative. And it's simultaneous. So you do your plots, but both sides are plotting at the same time. I remember the guy that introduced me to the game, I think he had this idea that he was going to whoop my ass. And I took him for a ride because I didn't know how to play that game, but I know how to move. I know how to do World War II stuff. I just may not know what I need to do in that particular game, but that's definitely a venue that's second nature of what is good at what. Where I may be a noob and when it comes to Napoleonic stuff or something like that. World War II, I know really well. Waiting for your medicine to kick in. Okay, well, I always appreciate you when you're hanging out, so. I was expecting it to be 8. No, the time changed. Late games have supply feature. It means you need to actually properly think where you want your supply to go and where you want to launch your offensive or conduct defensive fighting. Yeah, as long as it's not where you have to spend a lot of time doing it. Yeah, I like the supply feature too. You can't be everywhere at once. You got to pick where your stuff is. I don't dislike counter games at all, as long as the game looks good. I don't mind them one bit. Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. It's your own fault. It's your own fault for me enjoying your company. What are you trying to say? What I just said? Yeah, I don't dislike board games. I just like trying to learn the board game on my own. Like if I got a board game and I'm like, how am I gonna learn how to play it? F it. Let's go to Mitch's place and we'll figure it out together, right? And then at least you're socializing and doing it. But just doing it by myself, no thanks. You know? It's just not. I'd rather do other stuff. I'd rather do this. I would rather do this. So when we do the World War II skirmish stuff, even on my own, I'm probably going to do it live. I got to play like one game to kind of get the really, really basic stuff right back in my system, which isn't difficult. You know, it's a difficult game. It's just a multifaceted game. And then we'll just roll with it. And they might be really boring videos, but I'm sure epic stuff's going to happen in there. Just like our DBA games. You know, you're going to throw a grenade and it's going to land in the most unlikely places. It could, you know, if you roll extreme. The years since I got into hex and counter games, I discovered I prefer less crunchy rules for games that are part of established game systems with more than one game in a system. Well, that makes sense. You don't invest all this effort in learning something and it's like, oh, this is as far as it'll take me. Yeah, I could see that. Totally makes sense. I prefer games where there's some interaction with both players or both sides. Where not just one side like, okay, it's the time, it's time for for the blue side to do everything, and the other guys just sit back and take it, and then the roles are reversed. It's a little too boring. Is this the last one, or do we have one more to do? We have one more to do. Oh, what? Pay attention, Tony. Just don't do the edge yet. When you turn it over, you'll get the paint on stuff, and then I don't want to accidentally touch like the top of a tank, and I have to fix that. It's totally fixable, but no reason to create more work for myself. I got plenty of it already. Well, today's chore list, we got one car to wash. I'm going to take my daughter's car to wash it. I'm not going to, that makes it sound like I'm not washing it. I'm going to go wash my daughter's car. I would do it here at home, but then all that soap and stuff's got nowhere to go. I've got, our house is kind of on a decline. So all that, I'd end up with a puddle in my yard, basically. So I just go somewhere else and that has proper drainage. And have to pay maybe half the price to do it myself with their supplies. Not bad. I did 2 yesterday, so. And then we'll do the detailing. I hate paying somebody to clean my car, because if you pay somebody, you know, if you do something and you miss a spot, well, you did it. But if you call somebody professional and they miss something, it's like, I overpaid for that shit, you know? And I am not a Nazi about keeping your car clean, but there was so much pollen on our vehicles that I had to take care of it before it got really difficult to get off. And then we'll go and all the rubber and stuff that's on them, like around the windows and stuff, we'll re-lube that with Armor All and stuff to make sure it doesn't crack and stuff. I'm not one of those people that washes my car every week or something like that. I work at a very dusty environment that would be it would be a creating an extreme amount of extra work for yourself. A battle you can't win. So I heard great things about Operational Studies Group Library of Napoleonic Battle System, and the first time I played it, fell in love with the rules to the point where I want the rest of the games in that system, and they have a lot of them. We appreciate that the next library of Napoleonic battles I want is Napoleon in Russia. You've seen those little, I think they're called pub battles, and they make, I want to say they make Waterloo and they make Marengo. I think Marengo's the one they make with the Austrians in it. And they're units that look like the movement sticks that we use for DBA. And you play on a map, and I've seen somebody play them, and it looks really classy. I don't know if the game's worth a damn, but it looks really cool looking at it. Really classy looking game. They're relatively expensive. Might have a lot of handmade stuff in it. Some games just look like a step above the other ones. I want to say there's a company called Worthington. I want to say the one they make. Talk about something I'm not interested in at all. They make a battle line. I think it's them, of Rorke's Drift, and the battle's it's called Victoria something or another. It's the board is beautiful. It just looks like the period, and it's something I'm not interested in the least bit. But it's so well done. I really can appreciate that. Victoria something or another. I think it's Worthington. So I don't mind a board game as long as it has the right look for me. Like there's a series of Civil War games. Don't know what it's called. But the maps are gorgeous. And they look like they're hand drawn and colored with colored pencil. It is just superb. Not interested in American Civil War? Maps are gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But we were talking about, I've seen those games before. They do look nice. Yeah. Yeah, I like stuff like that. Like it just takes you somewhere else. You know? It's like if you go and, I'll use an example, Indian food. I personally love Indian food. But I don't want to eat in an Indian food restaurant that's like 4 white walls with no decoration. I want to go to fucking India. You know, or a make-believe India. You know, put elephant shit and stuff on. Well, not literally elephant shit, but you know, put decorations that take me to another land. You know, make it part of the experience. I think it might be the most fearful sacrifice. Flying Pig Games also make like a. I think the name of the game is called Armageddon War, and it's like a in the future Middle East conflict with the Soviets and Israelis and Arab factions and stuff like that. And that game looks really good too. I mean, like looks like really really good. And I think they've got like big counters. You know, what did I just lose? Something just. What do we got down here? Oh, that's the plug for the headset. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I like games that. I mean, games are really expensive. They might as well look really good. They have places like that, but they use LSD for the experience. Yeah, I'm not doing fucking drugs. There was a restaurant in what's it called? It was called Downtown Disney at the time. Now it's called what the hell do they call it? It's a little shopping complex in Walt Disney World that you know you don't have to pay the entrance fee to go there. It might be called Downtown. I forget what it's called. Disney Springs. That's what it is. They used to have a restaurant there. They have many restaurants and shops and all kinds of stuff. And they had this restaurant that was Gloria Stefan's restaurant. It's called Bongos. And it turns into a nightclub at night. But in the daytime, it's all like white walls. Like it's like it doesn't look like anything, but I think that they did it that way because when they have, you know, when they have they got live music and stuff like that and dancing and things like that. They can use strobes and the color doesn't alternate. But in the daytime it just looks like why the hell do I want to eat here, you know? Good morning, Marcus. But yeah, you could have a field day decorating an Indian restaurant. It may not be realistic, and it might be, you know, like fake India, you know, but man, you could make it really appealing. A lot of that stuff is really attractive, you know. We had we had one in town that was kind of a high end one, and it actually was decorated really nicely. And it was around a long time. I only got a chance to go to it twice. Found out about it late, and they closed down. But it had nice decor inside. You know, it would have those portraits of you know whatever some Shah or whatever with a mustache. You know, it was definitely mogul type stuff. But it was cool. It was cool. It was dark, had the lighting in the right places. I like that stuff. I like restaurants that take you somewhere else. You know, it's part of the experience. World War II Soviet naval infantry from Pegasus. Yeah, I got my guys drawing here. We'll see how they turn out. Are the Pegasus guys soft plastic or are they hard? Soviet naval infantry. Wearing black. The men in black. Good morning, Hugh. Yeah, Soviet naval infantry is interesting, especially if they've got like those bandoliers. That's pretty cool. Yeah, they look pretty neat. And they don't wear bell bottoms, do they? There's a bad idea. The U.S. Navy still do that? Still have their poor guys wear bell bottoms? What a terrible idea. It's like, we're going to create a branch of service. Oh, really? What are you going to do? Well, people are going to instead of having crew cuts, everybody's going to have an afro. Like, what the hell's wrong with you? Do not bring back fashion from the 1970s, man. Hard, almost brittle plastic. So kind of like their tanks then. Man, I've seen some Strelets stuff that's really, really cool. I hope this works out fine because they're really nice figures. And I think they'll mix fine with the white metal, style-wise and everything. Strelets make some crazy, interesting things. They make some Crimean War infantry that they make like Russian Crimean War infantry. It's, whatever, 50 figures in a pack, and every single pose is different. That is really interesting. Just looked up, the Soviets lost 32% of their navy in World War II. I thought they'd lost more. They got crucified by the Germans, but they got crucified by German air power. That's another book that I've read. I've got it somewhere down there. Stuka Pilot and Rudel. Rudel's such an asshole, though, because I'm pretty sure he was a real Nazi that drank milk. And what an asshole that drinks milk, and a racist that drinks milk. Idiot. Except Waffen SS are softer plastic. All their sets have excellent detail. I actually have a fair amount of SS figures. I've never painted one. I was scared to paint their camouflage. Now I would be like, okay, let's take that challenge accepted, but we need to paint a lot of extra guys before we paint SS. I'm not a SS fan. I feel like their units lacked finesse. I'd like to learn more about Arctic naval battles, especially since I really have a nice Scharnhorst. Yeah, Scharnhorst is such a beautiful ship. One of the guys at DP Machine Gun has a bandolier. Excellent. Yeah, they look really cool. And they used them as standard infantry a lot. Around Odessa and, in the Black Sea in particular. Who makes the naval infantry? Okay, so we're nearing these track. We're done with this track. We're going to base color the tank dudes, whatever the hell they are, the tank dudes. Should I do the basing on the stands first? Put the goop down. I think I should put the goop down so I'm not trying to goop it while I'm holding onto the figure that could be bendy. Yeah, I'll goop the stands next for the tankman. Tank chumps. Scharnhorst is a beautiful ship with the Atlantic with the clipper bow, not the early one that's flat. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. That was One of my earliest experiences was playing that ship in a naval battle, and the guy that was playing him, actually, I wasn't using the Scharnhorst in that battle. Actually, Scharnhorst was one of my friend's favorite ship at the time. He was a big fan of it, and it's got more belt armor than Bismarck. Don't know if you knew that. Just a little light on the deck armor, but it's got good armor. It's certainly more defensive than offensive because it only has the 11-inch guns, which are nothing to scoff at, but it definitely has battleship grade armor on it. Even though it might not have battleship grade guns, it's got battleship grade armor. I got a game for my phone that's pretty decent for what it is, called Atlantic Fleet, I think is what it is. And you can range estimate in that game. That's actually how you play it. It's turn-based, like you'll move your ship and then based on last turns where the shells landed, you can kind of figure it out where it is. It looks really good. And one of the battles you can do in that one is the Battle of North Cape, where the Scharnhorst went down. And it is a difficult battle to play as the Germans. And a really nice challenge. Do you run away from the cruisers and charge Duke of York and take her out before turning on the cruisers, or you take out the cruisers first, running away from Duke of York? It's just an interesting problem to run into. She had some wacky paint scheme too in 1943 with Splinter and stuff like that. The bow on the kit I have is a replacement sound, so it's the one that was on it when she was sunk. Yeah, I don't think that the straight bow was used, and other than like 1939. I thought by 1940 it was already replaced. It might have even been done before the war. The hood is actually a bigger ship than the Bismarck. It is, and a lot of people don't know. It's longer and has more displacement. They plan to replace the 911s with 615s. Yep. Yes, they did, and they started working on... Oh, so one of my experiences was there was a guy that was commanding the German battle cruisers, and he kept calling the sister to the Scharnhorst the Genisnu. And I'm like, that's wrong on so many levels. Like, no more oxygen for you. Genisnu. It's not even phonetically. How do you get new with N-A-U? That's now. Yeah, they started doing that on the Gneisenau. But the RAF kept bombing them. Gneisenau was actually the flagship when Lutyens took her out on the cruise with Scharnhorst. But I think Scharnhorst looked better with the mast where it is compared to the mast where on Gneisenau. And the French battle cruisers are gorgeous. All right. Is this useful at all? Yes. Very much so. I have a good purchase on that. Okay, perfect. Let's get the goop. The battle cruisers I really like is the World War I German battle cruisers. Those things are just wicked sexy. Especially Seydlitz. I've always liked the look of Seydlitz. As on the list of I got, I like to eventually get all the German capital ships from the war. Yeah, I prefer the way the Scharnhorst class looks than the Bismarck. The Bismarck's a little too fat in the midsection. Didn't say it's ugly, just, you know, I prefer a little bit more slender build. I think this was the right route to go ahead and do the goop on this before. It is liberating that if this doesn't turn out well, I've got 2 more of each pose to do. But I think it'll turn out well. I think the hard part's done already. Yeah, we always used. That's actually where I got the idea from, putting them on the 15s and popping them off because they were my permanent bases for this. And I remember my dad, he was always telling me, man, you're wasting money putting these on. Like, you know how much if you a base out of everything else would cost? The only thing that's new is putting magnets on them. All my other figures, they don't have magnets. Should I put a little rock on there? I don't think I'm going to put a little rock on there. We're going to leave this as is. And we're not going to put a label on them. They'll have a, I'll use a marker on the bottom of them, and this will be number 1 or whatever. And then you can just say, okay, 1 is so-and-so. Because I'm not going to make a bailed out crew member for every single person. I think what was a good idea was to go ahead and do it now. Comrade Tokarev. You can get one of those pretty cheap. In the US anyways. 8 rounds. I'm not sure it has a safety. And I'm pretty sure it's a single action only pistol. It probably does have a safety. Rick should be the flower bearer. Never accept flowers from a communist. You'll be sorry, comrade. He did say it was his favorite figure. They make another set by a company called LW that they're more expensive because you only get like 13 guys and they're like a $13 or something for them. And they have a dismounted tank crew that looks awesome, including a guy with a freaking machine gun and a guy waving a bunch of like Molotov cocktails. Comrade Zipovsky. These guys may not represent exactly what weapon they have. I got one guy here, is that has a wrench. Okay, but he may actually have a pistol as well when you come down to him. That's just a figure that you move him around with. It's a good assistant driver figure. Hey Wolfman, how you doing this morning? Let's put some goop on the stand so it kind of blends in. Speaking of the guy with a wrench, recently painted M46 Patton. It was a Korean War tank. I didn't know much about it. Do you know? Because it's Korean War. Hello from the future, that's right. Is the future better than the present? There's more taxes in the future. And the music gets even shittier. No, I don't know much about the Korean War. I don't really interested in it at all. You can feel the medicine kicking in, so you're going to catch some shut-eye. Okay. Good. Hope you feel better. So these are the tank crewmen that I did the unboxing from. It's a set from Orion. They're soft plastic. And I spent entirely way too much time cleaning them up. Not exactly the easiest thing, cleaning up these plastic figures. Just did a bit of research on it, and I don't know that there's one way that works any better than, honestly, just cutting them off with an X-Acto knife is probably the best way. Slicing them, not scraping. And they didn't even have a lot of flash on them, but it still took a bit of time to do it. But it's all right. I think the quality of them is actually really good. So these are figures that will be hidden. They come into play, you've done something wrong. You do not want to have to use these figures, because it means your vehicle's been knocked out. Unless you play a scenario with a crew already being there and they have to try to get back in their vehicle or something like that, which is that's a reasonable scenario. Will you be sealing them with PVA glue? Absolutely not. I will be sealing them with Vallejo polyurethane. I think that that's flexible enough to do it. That scares me to use PVA glue. The polyurethane should work okay. I should probably do a test run of it just to do it. I also seal very thin with the airbrush now, so it's an acrylic, so it should be fine. Honestly, the most of the flexing ends up happening here around the ankles. Now, PVA glue scares me. I'd end up being cloudy or... This is probably not bad figures to start off. They're not going to have that many colors on them. If something happens, I probably didn't spend as much time doing them as other plastic figures. I don't need to get plastic figures for infantry. I've got tons of infantry, just these specialized forces. You know. I'm glad they didn't come molded in red. Because the colors that this company uses is either red for the plastic, this gray, red for the plastic, and also like gunmetal color, silver. And of all of them, I'd much prefer it to be this one. I'd have to figure out how much to thin the PVA glue, and I'd be worried. I'm not opposed to doing it. I think I'm going to try the polyurethane since that's what I'm using on my other ceilings anyways. But it's definitely going to be acrylic of some sort. Okay, studio, have some for me. I'm already ready for second breakfast. I really didn't have much to eat before I came on, so. Okay, hopefully we'll be on here. It's still pretty early, so. Should be on here at least another hour. This guy looks like Eric running to his yak fighter. Oh shit, I've got to get out of here. But I was really impressed with the quality of these castings. these molds. The guy with the paper shawl. Yeah, due to drying times, you gotta hop around from stuff to stuff, so it's not my preference. I'd rather work on one thing and finish that one thing before I go to something else. But some of these things take some time to dry. Man, as strong as this coffee is, I'm surprised I could even spell yawn. How many folks are gonna hear? 7 folks. Welcome. That's the 7. Of course, there's other poses. That's just the 7 that I got as a test thing. And we're going to paint one guy all the way through and seal him to make sure that we're on the right page. Alright, I'm going to grab a snack. I'll be right back in a few minutes. Maybe grab a soda. And we'll start looking at T-34 markings. Be right back. We'll have to come back soon and give the dog a quick walk. Realized I wore the right shirt to be working on Soviet tank crew. Okay. Let's move these off the operating area. Let's pick out some tank markings for these tanks. Let's open up a window here. Oh, here's a Tamiya kit with a dirt box on the side of it. Huh. This guy on Pinterest already made a T-34 76 model 41 pin thing. Okay. Save this. And of course, when we paint these markings, we're going to have them online there for you to see. So this is, I'm not intelligent to figure out how to do this and display it on the screen. What's this one with a cross on the roof? It's got to be a captured one. Maybe not. Okay, there weren't that many on here. So one of the places I'm going to go to is, oh, what's this right here? Eastern Front Unit 41. Well, that one has a grab handle, so we're going to try that staple thing that we were talking about earlier. All right, we're going to go on, I think, if I remember correctly, I think eBay is actually the best site for it, but let me close this up, and we're going to enter, what's the name of that company? Star and Kolibri, or maybe it's in Russian, it's Kolibri. We'll go to Star Decals. 1940 T-34 76. Okay, let's see what they have here. Not that I'm going to buy decals. I'm perfectly happy painting them. I don't want to pay for them, and worse than all, it's actually not the price of the decals, it's the shipping from all of them. Shipping all over the world and the pain in the ass. Okay, that's on images already. Perfect. What do we got here? Those are later model ones. I don't want one of them. Those are all later ones. Oh, this is perfect. This is T-34 76 model 4142 STZ. These are all STZs. They have the part on the housing on the gun slopes forward. Let's check this out. Can we get bigger? Yes. Oh, that says hit the fascists. Okay. Cool. I don't like fascists either. Of course, I don't like communists either, but decals for military model kits. ROPOS. This is the part I should have done last night, but it was too late. I spent too much time. Nah, I already know something bad's gonna happen here. Let's move this. This cup holder works great, by the way. You guys should always have one of these attachment cup holders. That we should get another one, honestly, as well. KV1 1940. I'm also like. Yeah, ships 2 to 4 weeks. Like, I don't got 2 weeks to wait on that. Yeah, $16.99 for 5 vehicles. That's expensive. Plus, plus shipping on top of it. Nobody wants to pay for shipping. Okay, I can clip on ROP OS. See what else they have. Captured. I don't want any captured tanks. That's that set right there. Russian Cavalry T-34 1941. Here we go. Here's another set, including that sexy. God, that gray one's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Oh, these have a bunch of camouflage ones. Well, I'm going to go ahead and save this as well. Although these are pretty blurry. These are model 1940 ones. We will have plenty of those to do when the time comes. All right, let's close this out. There was another set. Here's the Colibri ones. They make a ton of stuff. Unfortunately, most of them are not really extremely inspirational. So let's go Colibri. Yes, I meant Colibri decals. Okay, eBay, yeah, that's where they're at. So here's a set. Save image as, save. Most of those have numbers. Okay, so maybe have 2 of these that have numbers and 2 of them that have slogans. And mix it up a little bit. The bigger the Soviet vehicles got, it seemed like the higher tendency they had to have slogans as opposed to, oh, here's a whole series of 1942 tanks from the 47th Tank Brigade. All right. Okay, there's only a few more of these to look at, so these are all 43s, later model tanks. That's that same set as that one. That's T-60s. I wish it was a good model of a T-60. There's a company called Ace that make them, but I've heard horror stories of Ace. 1/35th scale. I don't care if they're 1/35th. This guy's earlier, later. Okay, many of these have the chin on there. Okay, I think this is enough to go on for the time being. I don't think you can have, I don't think they have a website for, oh yeah, they do. Okay, military vehicles, 1/72nd scale. I swear they didn't used to have a website. Sherman 76 and Red Army. It's T-34s. Holy shit, they got a lot of them. All right, let's look at this. Is 8 and 9 and 10. The Brave. Okay, what about 10? V. Chlakov, Tank Commander. Okay, that one has a... That's a candidate to do right there. Oh, it's got a different type turret. Damn it. What about this one that has 337 on it? What number is that one? 337 is number 7. Unknown Tank Unit, Summer 42. Number 337. T-34s. Man, there's a lot of T-34s. Well, we'll get there when we're ready to do that. Here's some from 1941. Nothing really inspirational there. One of them actually has like a triangle that's like, looks like it's drawn in like chalk, and they give you a decal for that. Like, you couldn't just do that yourself. None of these are inspirational. Man, they're just very like drab, like bunch of peasants drawing stuff on there. Man, these guys make a lot of decals. A lot. All right, let's look at Armor 1/35 scale and see if there's something else other than that, and then we'll be ready to go. Well, we definitely want to use the one that has these fuel boxes for some of the later stuff. It might be the same sets I have here. They might have different sets. These guys all have chins. No, none of them do. Although I'm not completely opposed to painting one of these style and in a different one. I'm not that neurotic. Battles in main direction. All right, that's all I'm going to get. All right, so let's take a look at, enough of this. Let's take a look at this. I'll leave that open just for good measure. All right, let's take a look at this and pick what our first tank will be. So we've got 4 of these. That one has no fuel things on here. This one has the round ones. And this one has fuel boxes and fuel boxes. So the 2 fuel box ones, the 2 with fuel boxes, we're definitely going to make sure these are in 1942. And probably the same with this one. This one can be a 41 one. So, armed with that information, let's look at the stuff we just downloaded, and we're going to pick one and decal, hopefully one with a slogan. All right. Okay, there's that slogan that I want to do, and it has the wrong style turret. It's got a flat chin instead of a chiseled chin. These all have chiseled chins. I don't think that's going to stop me. It would just be nice to have the accurate one if I can get away with it. Let's take this, we see where this one is. We're going to do one with, let's do one with a closed turret with this 337. Let's do the 337 one first. I like that one. Somebody was telling me they hate, what, 3s, I think is what it was. And so many of them, so many of these things have 3s on there. So let's go ahead and find an image. Okay, that's perfect. It's the one we use for the writing on that one. Open the source properties. Let's do a browse, and let's pull up the image that is going to match what we're going to paint this thing as. I want to show you guys this. This is this beautiful tank. Look at the colors on this thing. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. That's a beautiful tank right there. We're going to punt on that one, though. We will have one of those. And I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to take that green and make it kind of a green with a whitewash. Because I don't think the grays are going to look... I think I'm going to be disappointed with how it looks. That's a beautiful, beautiful paint scheme. Yeah, the red star just adds something. It just makes it pop. Okay, this top tank here. Can I make this bigger? Or can't I? Oh, it's locked. Well, unlock that bitch. Yeah, you see this hit in the fascist, or hit the fascist, beat the fascist. This one down here. See how it's got the wrong turret? The front of this, the front of the turret is flat. Instead of coming outwards at an angle. And all these I have come outwards at an angle. I don't think that's going to stop me from doing it. I think that should be the first one I do. Is that hit the fascist one. That's the one we're going to use. The one that doesn't have any accoutrement on it. There's a better picture of that one. So I'm going to pull that one up. I'm going to open the resources. Let's do a browse. And we'll put the hit the fascist up here. That'll be the first one we do. People want to see slogans. I enjoy doing slogans. Numbers are all fine and dandy, but we're going to get some fascist hitting. Had it right here. It disappeared. No, it disappeared on me. Just go slow. Here it is. All right. This one right here. Battles in main direction. See how small I can make it and still be able to see. Ben Awanitok. Awanitakapok. All right, let's lock this thing. Okay, well, it makes sense to do the side of the turret that it's already facing naturally first. So this is going to be our first culprit. It's going to go on this body style with nothing on it. All right. Let's make room for too many things up here. Fascist hitter. We'll call this one. I'm sure this one will end up getting called Ben. Okay, it's Ben's turn to move. So it looks like to me. That's why you should use we can all agree to use the correct alphabet. That way I won't have to name things for you. I do really like the way Cyrillic looks. I just can't read it. Same thing with Greek and Hebrew. I can't make out anything. Ben Wadi. Oi! Welcome back. All right, let's get us let's get a brush. We have a brush of ultimate confidence. Maybe this one. Let's see. That's not the one. It could work. No, that's not it either. I believe it's this one. There she is. All right. We're going to get a little bit of black. Bring it over here. think it's this one. Maybe it's not this one either. This one looks like it hasn't been used, so it can't be that one. Maybe. If I can clean my desk. Maybe let's do this one. Let's take all vestiges of paint off of it with a hand sanitizer. Freaking amazing how that works. Amazing. All right, let's neutralize it. It's this one. Okay. This will probably work okay. All right, so we're going to paint this Ben, whatever. So all that is behind the vision slot. And in front of the vision slot, oh, it looks like it goes over it a little bit. Well, we're not doing that because that looks stupid. Let's do the little letters first. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Okay, so in the middle, you got that backwards N and the C. All right, let's do one thing. We're going to take this off. We're going to attach this at 90 degrees. All right, now it's not as obtrusive. Do you guys want to see me do this? Yeah, this is what we did last time. There's no point in showing this and not getting the full effect. All right, let's go overhead. And then we can zoom in on it. So I can show you how freaking easy this is to do. It is easy. It's time consuming. I think it's well worth it. But remember, all this is a trick. And I'm actually going to flip this so you guys will see it. And now this is the part where I may have to flip the video. Let's make sure this is, see? Yep, you flip it and somehow it got flipped. All right, so let's do a mirror image of it. Okay, perfect. Now let's zoom in a little bit and we can follow along. There's no point in me doing this and you guys not seeing it. God, I'm so bad at this. All right, I know where I want the turret. It's just getting it over. There we go. And we're going to have it tilted on its side like this. So let's make sure that it's in view. Okay, perfect. How's that? All right, so we got to paint us. So what were we talking about? We're talking about 8 letters, okay, and the backwards N and the C are in the center. I got to make them pretty small. I got to make them pretty small. I can do it, because I don't want to go over that thing. All right, here goes everything. Nah, it's just fixable. I just don't want to fix it if I don't have to. Let's see. Let's try that O thing, whatever the hell that thing is, first. Yes. The surface sucks. It's very, very grainy. There we go. You have to clean this up. Then we have an A. W. So let's do the ends of the W. Okay. Then an N. Kind of light on the paint. The surface is so rough, and the letters are really small. And then we have Sitab left. Okay. Yeah, the biggest problem is that the surface is very rough hewn and it's catching. Boy, this thing's getting all twisted. Not too bad. Could use maybe a little bit of cleanup. Let's do the Big Ben on the other side. don't know that it needs that much cleanup on it, honestly. All right. Let's start with the ends. This is the closest to the... I'm actually going to ditch this. If we scuff any of it up, we'll be able to fix it. There's a little bit above and a little bit below. Well, that was a piece of cake compared to everything else. Then we have a letter E. Okay, let's do the... Man, this thing's bristles are liking to bend. And E. Be all the same length? No, the middle one's a little shorter, okay? Okay, and now that B thing, all right, or whatever the hell symbol that is. It's a little thicker than I would have wanted. And it's rounded, yeah. And then there's a little over the end. Okay. All right. Now let's thicken up the letters in the back. We knew we were going to make them thinner than you needed to. Let's just get everything in the right place, and then you can tinker with it and fill them up. Okay. Daniel Van, welcome. How's that? Now let's put it on a tank so we have an idea what the hell this looks like. I'm pretty happy with that. Now before I go and highlight and bring them up, because I'm going to add a little bit more white and give it a little bit oomph, let's just do the other side the same way. Nobody will be able to do that. Yeah, you can. You just take it one step at a time, man. A little. So you can't do it without the flow aid. The flow aid is really helpful. It keeps the It keeps the brush from sticking to the surface, which is actually really tricky on this surface, which is it's almost like sandpaper. So, the little letters, that's probably the most difficult thing I've ever done because they're just too damn small. Seems like a lot of work. It's a lot better than ordering the decal, spending $17 to order the decal, waiting 4 weeks for it to get here, and $17 plus shipping, and then waiting for it to get here, and then maybe being too thick, you know. And this is probably more painted neater than, why is this upside down? Probably painted neater than the Soviet tank crew would do. Certainly painted more sober than the tank crew would have painted it. You want to know the crazy one? Let me go pull the one I'm really proud of. This one was significantly easier to do than the one I just did. Even though it doesn't look like it would be. And the letters are bigger. Check this out. It's for Soviet Ukraine or something like that. I did this one a couple weeks ago. But you've gotta like, just like if you're drawing something on a poster, if you're making a poster for something, you can't start on one end. You gotta start like in the middle and make sure you don't run out of space. So that's what I did. When I started this one, I started with the K in the middle and worked my way out. So, yeah. But, you do stuff like this and you take what you would think is a boring looking tank and they look better in real life than they do in this weird light that we have here. Because the light is optimized for me, not optimized for shooting the photo. And you give them some personality, and they're not all like boring and stuff. Anyhow, this is the part I really enjoy. This is the part where I can put my own personal spin on it. All right, do I have to flip the screen? No, I don't have to. Okay, cool. Now, same thing on the other side. Again, the challenge is these damn little letters, which are very small. So I have to start with a B and put it all the way up against this visor because I am against lettering going over visors because then it just gets really distorted. I just don't like how it looks. I don't like even like Panzer IIIs that they used on the Afrika Korps that had these big red numbers with the white outlines and they put them over that side vision. So it just looks weird. It looks like, you can be realistic and then just choose. You don't have to represent every single version of something. So let's put that B in its place because it's a hard stop against that. And let's make sure we get it about approximately the right size. Okay, it's about that tall. Okay, good, cool. So we're gonna come over here and this is gonna be the pace car right here. If you like this stuff, do me a favor, subscribe to my channel. That's the best thing you can do. And you can see when I come online and do stuff, and it enhances visibility. The more subscribers you have, the more it's going to be recommended to other people, and it costs nothing. It costs a click. I'm shoving it right up against it because I'm going to need every little bit of space on this. Okay, there's our B. That B is stuck right there where it is. Okay, now we'll work the other way. You got to know, when we got to put them right up against each other, we're going to run out of space. And if I screw up, I can repaint it and do it over, Okay, man, thanks for coming by. I always appreciate people's company. This is why we do it. I don't want to do this hobby alone. It's stupid. A lot of hobbyists are antisocial. I'm not. I just want to socialize with people that have things in common with. This live stream popped up in recommendation. Yeah, man, subscribe to it. Much appreciated. If you're into World War II stuff, this is about to be a World War II only channel, so it's about what we're going to be doing for the next few years. Let's get a T in here. You gotta have a painting table. It doesn't move on you. Okay, we got a C next. How many letters on the other side of the C? 1, 2, 3, 4. No problem fitting them in. Let's give a little bit more substance. So then you can thin it down. And these are cheap ass brushes. Not because I don't want to buy expensive brushes, just nowhere to buy them. Nowhere physically to buy them. Here's a C. Backwards N. The W, what's on the other side of the W? An A and the cute symbol. Surfaces. Less than ideal. Not too bad. All right, I had time to do the bend on the other side. Let's put a lot more paint on here so we have more stuff to thin down. Okay. About about that far away from the vision slot. Okay, cool. Backwards in, backwards in. Okay. Get everything spaced out how you want it. Then fill it in. There's no point in trying to get the first letter all perfect and then they're all cattywampus and not spread out where you want them to. Because it's actually easier to do it that way. Because I don't want to fix any mistakes if I don't have to. I could be painting new stuff or fixing mistakes. Why even have the mistakes to begin with? This end's got a little "nyeh" on the top of it. You want to paint a straight line, it's a lot easier to pull it towards you than to do anything else. I don't know why, it just is. Ah, shit on my shingle. See what I mean? Easier to pull towards you. You know, and they look a little different. That one's a little bit bigger than that one. But they're hand painted. Pretty happy with that. Now, I'm actually going to switch brushes because this one may not be working at 100%. They do have a lifespan. Eventually they're going to start misbehaving on you. Let's grab this other one. Add more white to it. I'm going to leave the little letters as they are. There's just not enough there to highlight. And I want it to look a little sloppy-ish. Now, we're going to take our green, which we should have alive from last night. We do. Okay. Add a little bit of black to it. Actually, the most difficult part is to do this with the camera where it is. Because I'm sitting a little bit different than I would be in real life. We don't edit anything, so if I make mistakes, hey, I'll show you here how to fix them or how I fix them. Okay, this one's done. Yeah, now it's upside down. Oh, there you go on a bad trip. Whoa, man. All right, let's pick another one. Do the same thing. You have to bear with me being upside down here for a little bit. Can you stand it? Let's flip it twice. And then we have to flip the image. Okay. We'll have you guys look at that while we pick another one. Okay. Is this the same one that has the 337 on it? The 337 one is here. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do a 337. What am I talking about? You'll see in a moment. We will come over to this and let's modify this thing. Oh, it is the same. Is it the same one? It is not. It looks very similar. Okay, so let's go to where the 337 is. Yeah, I can't do this kind of detail on stuff and then play something as vague as Flames of War. Or worse. Looking for 337. Where are you? Here she is. Open this one. All right, let's see where it is on this. Oh, it's locked. Okay, let's unlock it. Let's move it. There's that 337 there. See if I can hide it off here to the side. Okay, that's what we're going to do on the next one. Okay. And which one are we going to do? We're going to do this one with the open turret top, maybe? Nah, we'll do this one. We'll do a closed turret top on this one. Then we'll do the two commanders. The commander needs something a little bit more with panache. Okay, so let's start off by going in here. Oh, it's actually going in here. And we need to flip the image, right, in preparation, and we need to rotate twice. Okay, now, when I come over here, well, I gotta find myself here. Okay, perfect. Let's get this a little bit higher up so it gets out of my way. And we want it here. Okay, sip of soda. The surface of these turrets is very, very rough. So it tends to catch, the brush tends to catch on it as you go along. Without the flow aid or thin down paint or a brush that you have ultimate confidence in, this becomes very difficult to do. It's not, I don't think it's that difficult to do. You just have to pace yourself. You really do. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to lay the tops of those three numbers. See how they have a straight line, the 2 3s and the 7? It's like if you just break it down into simple shapes, you got dash, dash, dash. So let's flip the turret on the correct side that matches the illustration there. And the top of the numbers. Now, again, this is a poor casting. If you look at the shape of this turret, let me find where the camera is. Okay. If you look at the shape of this turret, look at the distance between the top of this periscope and the top of the turret is a lot less than it is on that drawing there. In other words, this particular periscope is moved up farther than it should on this casting, assuming that drawing is accurate, okay? Which it may not be, but that's all we got to go with. So, I'm going to actually, even though it looks like it goes, yeah, it goes a little below that periscope. I'm going to keep it pretty close to that. I may go a little higher than that. I'm not sure. I'm just rambling here, so. But we're going to put the top of those three numbers to make sure that we get them in the correct place. Okay? And how close they're going to be going to the end? The tail of the 7 is going to be there. Okay, so we're going to do 3 dashes. And they're horizontal dashes. So let's do, it's hard to space out that way. It's hard to space that out that way. We'll muddle through this. Okay, that's the top of the 3 numbers. So we're going to do the middle 3. Let's look at this shape of it. Okay, it comes down and then goes around. Got it. Same thing with the other one. And the 7 comes in. That's the basic shape of it. We're going to add details to it later. Let's go to the other side, make sure we got all that stuff in place. 3 dashes. It doesn't have to look exactly the same of it. It just, I want the style of the numbers to look different on each tank, not like it looks like they were. That's the problem with using like a white pen. A white pen, you can't alter the thickness of the line or anything. You're stuck with whatever the white pen is. Dash, dash, dash. Piece of freaking cake. And these actually are pretty close to the size. 337 there, 337 there. I'd be tempted to put it on the rear of the turret if the rear of the turret wasn't so like bumpy and shit. I may still do that, as they sometimes did that. So let's come in and fill these things up. We don't have to fill them a lot. We got to put a little bit of a curly Q on the front of the 3 and on the bottom of the hook. Okay, cool. So let's fill that up. Fill that in this way. This is the way I need to move more on the screen. The same thing over here. Yeah, we're gonna put it on the turret. 3 dashes. We've got to put the center dash in the middle. Now, this is difficult because I can't lay it here, so I've got to brace myself in a unusual manner. Of course, other way. Oh, don't fall down. Don't knock shit down. Okay, here we go. Man, I gotta avoid that rivet. The camera's definitely in my way. As you can see, there's some heavy flash in here that really can't be taken out without taking out these rivets. It's harder to find where the hell the camera is than to paint the numbers. Okay, those two are down. Let's do that double flip that we did. By double flip, I mean mirror the image, rotate twice. Okay. Yeah, so here's the two vehicles. And of course, they're going to be weathered afterwards. That'll tie everything out. The weathering, the biggest differences it make is these fuel cans that are on here. don't look like anything really impressive until they're weathered, and then it just brings some other depth to them. So even though the vehicle is all dark green, it actually looks pretty darn good when you're done with it. You know, this is another one that was hand painted off of a set of decals on there. So, Barnes White, welcome. Welcome to T-34 Landia. Okay, we need two more. These are the two command tanks. So I'm going to take a gander here. See if there's anything on here. I got to take a little pee break, so I'll be right back. Oh, really? This whole time the volume was off? Well, that sucks. All right, be right back. Well, that's annoying. Talk and then the volume's off. Well, I'll talk to my producer. Like I said, I'm going to continue making mistakes. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm too fucking human. And I'm really into this. You guys are just kind of coming along, so shit happens. I don't think I said anything that was just incredibly overpowering. So we're going to use these red stars down here. We're going to go ahead and cut them out. Oh no, we're not going to cut on that. That's stupid. Yeah, if I'm not painting and saying something, something's up. Something's wrong. All right, these two red stars will be inside of the white outlines. I've never done these before. So we'll see how that works. I'm actually not going to drop these in yet because I think I have to seal them. That's what I did last time, between them. And then we take these two white ones. Get that the hell out of the way. And this light coming in here through the transom window really doesn't confuse me. It just adds an element of, the hell's this all about? So let's get some micro set. The vinegar one. Those vinegar and salt. I hate vinegar, but those vinegar and salt chips can be really good. I don't know if this makes a difference, but I do it anyways. I know the gloss coat makes a difference. Smoothing that surface out before you put something on it. I happen to like the look of the Soviet tanks with a star on them. Just put it on there, we'll rotate it as needed. I'm gonna put it in the middle. Seems natural. Now, I'm gonna take a little piece of paper towel. And soak up a good part of that moisture. Jeez, but don't take so much off that can't move it. All right, we're gonna have that one sit right there. Let's go to the other side, do the same thing. Take some of this moisture off. Now I'm gonna wait for this to dry a little bit, and then we're gonna cover it again with a sealant so it doesn't move, and then we'll throw the red one on top of that. I think putting a decal on top of the decal while I'm trying to move the top one to align it, the bottom could move. I can already see a disaster happen, and we don't want to do that. That's how we did some German crosses that were two-part like that, and that seemed to work pretty well. So we're gonna take these center reds and move them, or I could just say fuck it and see if it'll work. All right, let's see if we can get away with doing it. Famous last words. I got extra of these decals if something goes sideways. I hate making something take a lot longer than it should. How are these guys doing on the basing? They're actually pretty heavy. Mounted on pennies. I don't know if they flex that much. Should be all right. These are actually nice figures. All right, that's long enough. See if I didn't screw the pooch on this. Let's take some of this moisture off. Well, let's not set the thing there. Jeez. I'll find out real soon if I'm able to do this. The nice thing is this is forgiving. I'm not really in a hurry to, if it takes me a little while to tinker this, it's going to be better than waiting on the different layers to dry. I think think it's gonna work. Where's my paper towel? That's too damn small. Jeez. I think that looks pretty good. The part I really like to do now that I used to not care for is the sealing phase. Yeah, let's just leave it down here. That seemed to work all right. Take some of that moisture off. Piece of cake. Good. Now we can continue in doing this one. Now the sealing phase now with airbrush, man, it's just so nice being able to put this thin layers on it. That's pretty awesome. Okay, let's see which one of those two tanks we're going to do. Good, I was not expecting to be able to just do this one in real time, so to speak. Let me go back to where my pictures are and find that particular drawing. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Otba. One says like Otba on it. I know it doesn't say that, but hey, I'm translating it to English. You want me to say your names right? Use our alphabet, damn it. Otba. Okay. Which ones were we interested in? 9 and 10. Okay, so what are 9 and 10? That's not the one. I think I downloaded the write-up on what is what. Now I'll go back to the site. Let me just do that. Should be able to just go up on my history. Colibri decals. No. I want to go to their site. Okay, that's not the one. That's the one. Shit, I can't read it on that. All right, I need to go to their site directly. Fully T-34. No, I'm not finding it there. Thought I had saved that. All right, which one of these is the history of their site? No, that's not the one. Okay, this is the website. Let's go military vehicles 172nd. I think one of these is named like Bear or something like that. That's pretty cool. They'll look good with these tanker figures on there, and they're really a pretty basic looking tanker figure. But they look pretty good. They paint up well. All right, let's look through these things now. Man, there's a ton of these. Okay, I believe it's this one. No. Damn it, man. X that. Please don't lose my spot. You didn't. Okay, good. Man, I wish those armor cast Panzer 4D set wasn't so basic. I feel like I'd have to add so much stuff on there, and I don't mind spending time painting stuff, but scratch building a bunch of stuff just doesn't make any sense to me. I'm better served just getting the ones from the Polish company Mirage. Okay, I believe it's this one. That's the one. Okay. I'm going to save this anyways, just for good measure. And then I'm going to flip this page, and we're looking for 8 and 9, 9 and 10 are the ones that have these little arrows on them. 9 is the Brave, 201st Tank Brigade. And the other one is V. Chlakov. Okay, so I would rather do the Brave. All right, the Brave looks like... Okay, good. That's the one I wanted to do anyways. The Otba. The Otba one. All right. Which is the one down here in the corner. No, not the one in the corner. One up. Otba. Gonna need a lot of scatter terrain. I'm gonna need a lot of stuff, but I'm one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Yeah, I don't want to travel with the game. I want the game to look like as good as the stuff you see in the magazines. So I got some stuff that I picked up. Should be right here. Should be and is are two different things. I don't think I moved this stuff. Man, the sun's a scorcher. I got some scatter terrain that I picked up from that we will do with. I'm telling you what, getting some use out of an airbrush is a big help. Oh, here it is. Some of the stuff that I picked up at the last show from, I think it was Miniature Building Authority was selling this stuff. Drums and stuff. This is all one piece. Here's another one. I think this stuff is gonna look wonderful. I think this stuff will look great. When we do a factory, look at this. I think this stuff is going to look great. I got a lot of this stuff. My favorite one this one right here. This looks like the turret off a T-26s. It's even got a soldier here. Looks like a Soviet one with shoulder boards, or maybe it's the turret of like a BA-10 armored car. So, yeah, we're gonna have scatter terrain. It's gonna look good. It's gonna look good, or we're not gonna do it. It's that simple. Oh, left. I'm tired of you lucky Brits having somebody that paints awesome stuff and you get to play great looking games on it and shows up in order and soldiers and strategy. Damn it, we're gonna have some of that shit across the pond over here. Jealous much? Yes. Otba. Okay, that's the first thing we're going to do is let's put that Otba down. All right, let's take a look. Let's put that A down. I know that's not an A, it's an R or some shit like that. I said, you guys had your chance. Use our alphabet. Boy, the other one's weird on the other side. Okay. The Brave, huh? Let's put a B next to it. I know it's a different letter. A T and an O. And an O. Okay. Now the other one's over there. That's weird as shit. How many letters we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. God, that last one's a doozy. All right. If anybody can do it, I can do it. Are they small? Is it smaller? It's a little bit smaller. Okay. What's that symbol look like again? A W-ish. With some little feet like that. Okay, 2 straight lines and attached at the bottom. Got it. Okay, next letter. A weird looking B with a big body. Okay, so let's get a straight line. Okay. Then an I, and then a really weird one. Okay, and a really weird one looks like frick, I forgot what it looked like already. God, this chair is driving me nuts. I lean over and the bitching chair. Forgot it again. I don't know if that one's skewed because of the angle that it's at. That's what we're going to go with. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Let's add some more sustenance to this color. Oppa, huh? Start with the A. Oppa. Okay, and this one we start with that kind of a weird W. Actually, I got to do it backwards. Smaller, okay. And I. A big B. That H attached all the way to the bottom. And the weird symbol. Now, I'm going to have to disconnect soon. But at least I got to a stopping point. Okay, let's show you what I got here. Let's put this in a normal location. And we're going to do a mirror image and flip, flip. That should do it. And then zoom, zoom, zoom. So here are the T-34s of this batch. Let's do 2 and 2. All with hand painted markings. We can lose this thing now. Without weathering, of course, without tank commanders. I'm pretty happy with how those look. Weathering makes a big difference. But anyhow, thanks for stopping by, folks. Man, 4.5 hours. Well, it takes time. Okay, folks. Thanks for stopping by. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already. And we'll catch you guys on the next one.